we are 2 minutes away from getting started. You all ready to see this go down? While we're waiting, we're going to introduce each of the judges one more time. That way you know which one is which here. So we're going to start from the right here with B.J. Grimmett. And then Terry Myers. And then, I might get Buck off in the meantime, we have Jesse Westfall. And then Ruben Schrock. And Mr. Jake Lundell. Thank you guys for being here. All right, Daniel, are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, we have 1 more minute, and your time will start when you touch the gate of the round pen. All right, so Daniel's going to go from, all right, Daniel, it is 12 o'clock. You can go ahead and start. Daniel will be in here from 12 to 1:30, and then we'll take like a 15-minute break, get the new Colt in here, and go on to Elizabeth.
All right, well, got the lucky pick to be first, so we'll see how this goes, but just to start off, essentially I'm just going to move the horse around, start building a communication with the horse essentially from as soon as I walk into the romp, and essentially even the horse's presence. So here I'll just get her moving, establish some direction there, some forward motion. Really essentially starting to catch her attention, get her to start to want to focus over here, and this guy just being a nuisance essentially. Here, essentially, she keeps looking out, so I'm going to keep just adding pressure every time she tends to either want to slow down or look away. Yeah. Essentially, the goal is to get her to start piquing her attention at me, which right now she has her ear pointing at me, so still obviously a little anxious, just with her friends. Looking a little up there, she's starting to peek a little bit more at me. She's aware that I'm hearing her magnets pressure. Anytime she slows down, I'll keep moving. There, essentially, she faced up, which is good, but I wasn't necessarily asking for that, so it's just essentially wanted to still establish communication. Well, right now, forward is just the only thing to work on. Keep it simple. Not much thought into it. She's free. She has legs. And essentially, if she has legs, she has the freedom. Because with her legs is how she survives. They're being prey animals. They need to be able to rely on their legs at any point to be able to essentially survive. And if I try to restrain her right off the bat, she's going to have a bad idea of me because I'm trying to restrain her only freedom she has, which is her legs right now. So that's how we're starting now.
So how many Daniel fans do we have in the house? All right, good deal. So Daniel, I've got a few questions for you. Is this your first time starting a Colt in front of a crowd in a competition?
Yes. It's my first time speaking to an audience, and first time ever being in front of an audience, too.
Awesome. Good deal. Well, we're happy to have you here. Tell us a little bit about your background. Did you grow up riding? What all have you been into?
Yeah, I got exposed at an early age, essentially. Didn't grow up with horses or anything, but my dad did. We visit family out in Mexico. And essentially, when I was like 6 or 7, like on one of the trips there, was the first time I remember seeing one. learned how to ride there, got put on a horse, and then from there, just kind of got the bug.
Awesome.
And then, yeah, essentially, from then, it's just really always looking up, reading about horse training, getting exposed to any experiences I could with horses. And then eventually just led to getting more serious about it and just diving in more and taking some trips across the country to just learn from people that had a lot of experience in it and then just be able to learn myself, essentially.
Very good. Thank you for that. So, I guess you were first draw, so of course you got the colt you wanted, and you've already told us why you picked that colt. I'm excited to see what Daniel gets done over the next 3 days with this colt. This was one of the ones that I had picked out as one of my favorites, just because of the way she moved and how quiet she seemed in here. She seemed, just from watching her with the other horses, like a push-style horse. She was always kind of in the middle of the pack. I'm curious about the crowd here. Which ones were your picks? And sometime we'll get everybody to tell us which ones they picked out from the 3, which was your pick and all that. So be thinking about that throughout the day here.
So there I got her, at least once I eased a little bit, drew her in, she did stop, faced up, able to make contact pretty easily, so, I mean, she's thinking here and she's, you know, starting to just be open to what's going on and accept just any connection that we're trying to establish here. Seems to be a little bit more resistant to wanting to go right, but we'll just keep moving so she's more freely moving in the right ways. And right here, this is not really tiring her out or anything like that. A lot of people may think it's really tiring them out to get them just to more submissive. But really, it's more of just letting her have the freedom of moving her legs and essentially process at her own pace and eventually just really start the communication process with her. My goal is to really get them all exhausted and tired this morning, just get them to start connecting and listening. She's looking in, so I'm going to try to take advantage of that. So here she started looking in. I took advantage of that to take the pressure off and draw her in. Now I'll give her a little rest just to process that here in the middle. Really, if she's paying attention to me, there's no pressure. She doesn't have to move around. She can be essentially relaxed if she wants to, but doesn't have to worry about doing any extra work. She's paying attention. Here, since you're going to let her be curious about me, let her reach out to me and just kind of wait. Maybe how the horse would if they were interacting with something new for the first time.
So Daniel, on a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous are you about competing against 2 girls?
Pretty nervous because girls are taking over in the Western world. No, all seriously, yeah, no, pretty nervous just in general, but knowing that, I mean, guy or girl, everybody is the same to a horse, you know, there's no difference, just like to God, essentially, guy or girl, doesn't matter color, age, or whatever, they don't see any difference, they'll respond to you the same, so it's all about how you carry yourself. So we'll see if we can turn on here, so I just move the hand around. She wants to go away, so let's keep it moving then, but I'm not trying to mean any harm. Helps also just loosen up the feet as well. Just to help later on, not having that forward motion just when you start riding, and just pretty much all aspects of her future career with humans. she's cautious, obviously, maybe doesn't have too much handling, so she doesn't really know what I'm about or assuming things about, so I'm really just trying to be as gentle as I can in my approach up front, just to really just let her accept at her own rate and build that curiosity about me. Just and here in my body position, I'm essentially, as I'm just doing what I'm doing, I'm trying to be very aware of my body position. You know, I'm here, I'm not completely facing up, I'm sideways just in case. And I'm not near the hindquarter just so I can have full view of the body, the horse's body, in case, you know, I mean, their horse is just a natural, instinctive prey by nature. So if they just want somebody raise a hand over here on the side or something happens to spook and they want to hold, I'm at least in position to have my arm in the way out of the shoulder to push myself away, or see if she's trying to power a kick from this side, just trying to keep myself also in a safe position when working with horses as much as I can. So just kind of put myself in the best position possible to be aware of what's going on physically, and then mentally just enough to be patient and observe what the horse is telling me. Here she seems like she's getting along pretty well, just touching and everything. Just like the halter. I know she's been off. She's really just extra desensitizing. So really there, what happened there is I'm just going to pet her around and everything. She wanted to get away from me again, which is all right. I'll just let her, okay, just keep going then. You want, it doesn't bother me. See if we can draw her in. But as you can see, just slowly we're starting to build a communication, even though I'm not having too much contact with her, where I do a certain step, essentially put my shoulder up to draw her in, and she'll start to pick up and she starts to look up. She's facing up because I asked her to face up, not necessarily because she wanted to at that point in time. I decided to make it that. It's more of, we just work together, because while she was looking in, I'm going to use that to work with her and get her to start understanding what's going on. So here she's moving again. Let her move, and it's all right. And I'm in no rush. We got plenty of time to do some work. Sooner or later, she'll catch on. Here she's not facing me. She did stop, though. Come on. Pay attention to me. It's probably a bad spot to stop. Also, I'm not fully trying to square up with her, just to not fully be so upfront with all my energy, just squaring up with her at this point, just because I'm trying to just introduce her just to responding and being around me. Yeah, from here now, essentially got halter around, so now at this point I'm just trying to keep it around me, but so I'll put a little pressure if she tries to look the other way, just to kind of redirect her attention back to me. I'm just doing this.
Something I'll point out here, what Daniel just did, instead of just going up to that colt and trying to put the halter on, notice how I put the lead rope around that colt's neck, just to make it an easy experience for the colt. Instead of just walking up to the colt and trying to get the halter pushed on and be fast with it, he's taking his time, doing it right, and just put that lead rope around that colt's neck so nice and quietly. As soon as maybe she starts either
going down or wanting to face me or having contact, I'll essentially give her a little break. Just to kind of get an idea of the process of what's going on, maybe lick and chew a little bit. Here now we'll work the other side because as many of you that deal with horses know, and maybe some of you that haven't dealt with much horses yet, should learn is that essentially each side is a whole different horse pretty much. So you got to make sure you work both sides as balanced as you can, or get them to be responding to both sides as closely as you can to each other. Your right side, different horse. In my mind, when I'm thinking of the process of just what I want to do with the horse. So here I'll start to explore a little bit more, just before I even halter, but putting the rope, hands. Halter will be part of the process throughout essentially your whole life. So body underneath where the saddle's going to go, maybe around the flank, just to start to just get it warm up. Just the idea of everything, we're going to have to handle your feet at some point, so we'll do that. But it seems like she wants to, she's not too preoccupied with running away from me at this anymore. Let her soak in a little bit, she's licking and chewing right now. Exploring the lead rope, just kind of seeing what's going on. She wants to go away, so just a little, you can see not much pressure in the mind, just a little bit, not contact to redirect her mind really from what she was thinking of doing, which was going that way. And I know that just because she started moving, not because I'm reading his mind.
We'll talk a little bit about the schedule for today. Daniel will be in here from now until 1:30, and then Elizabeth will be in here for an hour and a half. And then Liz Bailey will be in here after that for an hour and a half. After they get done with this, Guy McLean will be in here tonight from 5:30 to 6:30. And also currently over in the other arena, the warm-up arena, there is a mulemanship going on there with Leon Raber. So if you have any interest in watching that, Leon will be over there from 12 o'clock. So he's in there now until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Be sure to check out the vendors right across the street from this building, in the green building. There's a ton of nice vendors over there. Grab you some food back here in the left corner.
Used to be pausing a lot, and that's because it's part of my process. I incorporate a ton of breaks, mini breaks in between. Give them a chance to soak, give them a chance to lick and chew, and just process really what's going on and just break it apart into little bits and pieces, just kind of like dealing with a toddler. Just to essentially start laying the foundation brick by brick, and eventually we can start putting up both sides, I guess, slowly but surely. So here she's pretty hooked on, wanting to follow me and see where I'm going, curious about what I'm doing, so might as well take advantage and halter. As you can see kind of the position where I'm at again, I'm more kind of squared up with the shoulder, not really facing up. Just essentially to be able to run if I need to. But I went over her head slowly over the backside with my right hand, just slip that halter on. So far I take it pretty smoothly.
So Daniel, I'm sure you're not thinking about this at all, but sometime today I'm going to ask you what you're going to name your colt. So just keep that in the back of your mind.
Yeah, got it.
That was one of the hardest things for me is coming up with a name. You know, we're in there focused on getting our training methods done and getting the first ride on the colt. And for us guys, I think that's probably the last thing we're thinking about is the horse's name.
Sure, the name will come eventually after I feel her out a little more, but and here I'm just adding some pressure here, not really, you can see it, not really too harsh with it. Just enough for her to notice though, that's all we need. And there she saw the puddle, so she's kind of stopping, but she's trying to get her, push her away essentially from me and get her shoulder off me right now there, so get her movement. So there I'm trying to establish the motion just from now being connected through the lead rope physically. So here I'll just keep adding pressure until she doesn't want to face me, until she just processes enough to see that backing up isn't working, maybe something else working. Well, at some point there she moved her shoulder away, so give her a little reward for that just because she's trying. I'll go back to the same side again and see how she does. There, move it a little bit again. And here I'm trying to stay behind her balance point just to also push her forward. There we go. Now that's all I want at this point. Just move forward. I'm not really adding more right now than just getting her comfortable moving. I'll add if she doesn't want to move. Maybe a little pat in the nose just to get her to look at me, not necessarily stop. Keep her body moving.
What do you think, Daniel? I think that Colt's a pretty mover.
Yeah, she is. She's moving really nice. Just very smooth mover. Some big movements too. I mean, it looks like she's balanced pretty nice across the body too. Definitely an eye catcher, which helped with my choice.
For sure.
And then I didn't necessarily choose her because she was bossy, but it seemed like her and the other 5 and the 6 seemed to be a little bit more independent, a little bit more of the leaders. While they can be more bossy, essentially, they're also, you know, by nature, maybe in leadership positions because they're smart as well and they're keen on what's going on.
So Daniel, do you have a preference from working with mares or geldings? Do you notice a big difference in their temperament, or just small, little, noticeable stuff that you catch when you're working with a mare versus a gelding?
I'd say overall, not too many differences. I think there are differences. Overall, I don't see, as far as for their potential, I don't see any differences, you know, in like long-term perspective. But I do see it. I feel like maybe that marish term that gets used is sometimes it feels like it is a real thing because I do tend to feel like mares are really, you know, maybe tend to be sometimes a little bit more. Kind of sassy, maybe. I don't know if that's the right word, but.
Here we go. I think you might have just named her.
But what I find is just kind of, maybe they'll also respond maybe to a more sensitive approach at the same time to mares, but all horses in general, but it seems like.
So this colt here is out of a new wimpy. Pull up this pedigree real quick. She is a grade. She is not registered, but we do have the sire and dam. She's a new shiny wimp on the top side, and then a Hancock mare on the bottom side. So she's very well bred. She goes back to wimpy step on the top side, so very good bred mare.
Now I'll start incorporating maybe a little bit of start to the body control, which is at this point she's moving, but now I'm going to try to focus my energy in her hindward and get her to step it away like she did there. And also maybe step under. There. One step in there. Yeah, getting the body control, getting her to start just being aware of her body. Right now, she just instinct, she just reacts, she'll just move her whole body because she can and she knows how. But as we go along, we'll start to teach her that she has different parts of her body that essentially she can use and she can control and move in different ways that will help her along the way as we essentially ride with her. And if she has any contact with humans, riding or just from the ground, being able to just direct her body parts or keep you safe, and also just get you a more responsive horse at the end of the day in the long run. There, got her shoulder out, she moved it just a little bit more urgency than she did before, so we'll reward that, let her move around, because anytime she's moving forward, it's a good thing for us. Won't let her, we won't come in between that. Get her to maybe build her right hind now, right? Adding some small pressure here with the lead rope in the left hand, pulling on her nose, just directing my energy right there. Chin on the way, fix up. I'll just let her process again.
Really like what Daniel's doing right here. Just after he works with this colt, she makes a good change. Just letting her stop and sit there and think about it. Even though we're in a competition, I think it's so important what he's doing right here. Just letting that colt stop and think about everything.
And what they say, slow is fast, livestock.
That's exactly
Or
right.
anybody, in my opinion. So here you see I just started walking towards her hind end, and she's trying to, on one end, face up, but also step her hind over because the pressure we're starting to add here just by movement. And that's intentional. By me and hopefully by her, but we'll find out the more repetitions we get over time. So here, move the shoulder again, see, get her moving forward, let go. So as you can see, as we're going, it's becoming a little bit smoother and a little bit smoother. Not to say that she won't want to resist or fight at some point throughout this process, but for now, she seems like she's slowly building, and I'm needing to add less cues to get her doing these things that I want. So see if we just do a full lap here, just to keep moving. Build that forward. And then we'll yield on the quarters. So start the pressure here, see my left hand moving. Redirect my energy towards there, she's moving away from the side. So I'll give her the space again. They're just kind of wanted to respond to the different parts just right away from, or to her different parts just right away from the ground. So here I'm using my hand as a nonverbal cue, just to eventually just have that as a thing she can respond to. Sort of yield her shoulders against me, kind of block her face here just to help with the pressure and get her to move away from me. She's trying to resist it here. A little bit more resistance on her left side with the shoulder than the right, but we just kind of, there we go. We got a little nudge there. And just kind of the overall concept of what I'm doing is just getting her to respond to my pressure and yield to my pressure, because in the horse world, they communicate by pressure, and the leaders are the ones that establish the boundaries and their personal space and their personal bubbles when they want. Essentially the one that yields is the one that follows or understands, essentially. So that's the concept I'm trying to just respond to my pressure, respond that my space is my space. And in the horse world, she can be an alpha if she wants, but with humans, it's for both our safeties. She's got to be able to listen to me and respond to my pressure, because you never know when we might need to use that ability to respond or understand in situations we may come across, just in general, outside in the trails and the show ring. There we go. She stepped over her front, so that's what I'm looking for. Step her left shoulder over her right, whenever I'm adding pressure. So I'm releasing that. Maybe add the block again. get her hip over. They do. Sound like in here. There we go. See, let's start adding some more things up. Not a big rope, but who knows what your career will be, so we're prepared for anything she might come across on the road with whoever ends up having their hands on her. Rope, something that always comes in handy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, rope, something that always comes in handy here. You never know when somebody with a rope might come across a horse, but it's probably very likely I'm just trying to prepare and expose her to anything I can up front to help her down the road in the long term. So here I'm just kind of, as you can see, I'm quiet, but I'm pretty careless with essentially my movements, because I'm not really trying to sneak around the horse at the same time. I'm trying to be, quiet enough for her to understand, but not so quiet that I'm just sneaking around her. So here you can see she's trying to move away. Let her, I bring her back in, but she's not going to get away from the pressure of the rope and just down.
So Daniel, you are currently 30 minutes into it, so you have 1 hour remaining.
Okay.
All three of these trainers are competing for a custom-made saddle, a custom-made pad, and a custom-made bit, bridle, and breast collar set. So that's what they are competing for this year. Each of those was sponsored. One was by Miller's Saddlery, one was by JR's Custom Saddlery, and what was the last?
Here, yeah, you can see she's very cautious of it, trying to move away, run away, but redirecting her energy, let her know it's okay, but at the same time, this pressure is not going to be awake. It's really not here to hurt her, and it's not very to shoot her. As long as she's able to just run a little bit, redirect her attention, she'll be able to catch on and see that really no harm done. So here, I'm just careless, still in a position where I can block with my left hand if I need to. Block her shoulders from coming over me, and also close enough to be able to see anything hopefully.
Kevin, I'd like to talk about that going slow is fast. I don't really agree with that. I met my wife, married her a month later, and we're married now for 2 weeks and are still together.
Maybe you might find out in the long term, but that's a whole different thing.
I wasn't going to have a comment on that.
She seems to respond pretty good to that, so we'll just respond to the next, or move on to the next thing. Get some tarps in there, maybe. We'll do it. Okay. Yeah, and I guess, as Kevin said earlier, I am giving a lot of breaks here, just letting her soak in and take the time. Just because I'm focusing on, for me, the fundamentals are just trying to get her to understand her body a little bit, and just to build some confidence being around me, because we're trying to form a team, we're a partnership here. Taking the time here will pay off dividends in the long run, whereas I'd like to think at least that there's no guarantee, because I'm not doing it right now, but I could have, maybe earlier here put on a saddle on her and gone on and try to get on here and rode her, but then I would have been missing a lot of the steps that I like to focus on, from at least my method, just kind of building that mind up, building her awareness of her body and confidence in me and confidence in herself at the end of the day. Which in the long run, especially with the young horses that don't have much experience, will pay off from my perspective. As you can see, I mean, I'm at this part and honestly take pretty dang well for what it is and what I would imagine would be your first time seeing guitar. As you can see, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm pretty careless with this. I mean, she's gonna have to deal with it, really. It's reality, and I'm not trying to sneak her from it, and her getting through this and realizing that there's no harm, no pain, no danger here, she'll be stronger because of it, because she was able to get through something scary and something she didn't know.
Right before he started, he said he's so nervous he could throw up, but I think all of us can agree with that. If we're not nervous in front of people with a new colt that we don't know what to expect, I think we need to find a different hobby. I think that's part of learning and part of the experience and pushing ourselves to learn more is once you quit getting nervous, then I think it's time to switch hobbies. I love to hear that he was nervous in the beginning. He's doing a very good job at not showing it and being a very good leader to that colt.
I feel like I'm at home right now. This is where I want to be right here. There's nothing else that really matters when I'm inside the pen, just me and the horse. As soon as that gate closes, it's a different mindset. So, because I don't have to worry about anything else really, just besides what the horse is telling me.
It's always that 5 minutes right before you enter.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I was nervous. You see, throughout the process too, as she's sniffing it here, I mean, one thing I like to just keep in mind, I'm aware of throughout the whole process, along with, I mean, a lot of things, but just kind of her whole body, what she's doing with her eyes and ears, and her body posture, I mean, her head's pretty relaxed, pretty low. She's following the thing that's supposed to be scary, which is what I want. I don't want to flood her with it. I want to expose her just enough to at least be scared of it, but not enough to just be horrified, essentially. Just to keep this right here, the confidence in her mind. And let her know that new things, you know, you should investigate rather than running. Be nice and work out all the time.
QR code.
Let's do something fun here. So from a show of hands in the crowd here, who picked this colt as your first pick in the competition? We've got quite a few people here that picked this colt as the #1 pick. She was my #2 pick, and I won't tell you which was my #1 yet, so, but thank you for helping with that.
See if you found the stream.
Here, I mean, one thing is just she's gonna have to be exposed to seeing somebody behind her shoulder, of her ears, of her eye. That's where the jumping's coming in, just to see how she's reacting, see what she'll take. My hands over on her opposite side, on her off side, of being here. Just seeing what she just wanted there. See, she's still pretty curious about what's going on, so checking out the flags on her back and then covering both sides. Exposing both sides of the flags, maybe we'll move her around and give her a little different little view while she's moving in the dark.
I'd say you're doing a good job at desensitizing that colt. If she would have been moving when you were jumping beside her, we would all love to see that, to see how long you can do that. But you got lucky, and she's really doing good for you.
Thank you. See what happens there. See here, she stepped already on it, unintentionally, but she handled it really well. I'm not gonna get worked up about it because it fell, because we know that we can get through it if she's following what she's picking up what I'm throwing down, essentially. So here she's following me, so I'm just getting her to rebuild that confidence for that time. Extend it out, have her up a little more, just to play around. There, she's doing pretty good. Actually, she sniffs that around. Here, I'm just going to put the rope. You're just essentially just mimicking what a cinch would, you know, just rubbing all over carelessly, and I'm not really trying to just hide anything or like sneak around, just feel that out. It's gonna, I mean, gonna be similar to what a saddle does, maybe a little bit more than what a saddle does, but at the end of the day, if this is more than what the saddle's gonna do, then the saddle will be easy. Both sides here. I should hold on just in case and don't want to get too careless here. Always got to be on your toes, even if you are responding nicely.
So Daniel, how many colts have you started over the years? Do you know by chance on the number?
In the last year and a half, probably, I want to say 20 to 25 maybe.
Very good. I'd say Daniel's very well prepared for this.
And yeah, like I said, before that year and a half, before I went to Montana, I really had not done much real riding. I'd ride on trails and stuff wherever I could, but real riding as far as, you know, being able to understand the horse's movements to a deeper level and really try to find myself in the saddle as well.
These events here in the main arena are being streamed on YouTube channel. They will be posted later if anybody needs the link. The booth is set up right behind the main arena here.
So here, we're just gonna, I have a loop tied at the end of this lead rope. We're just gonna use this to establish another form of communication, another pressure.
There is also a saddle giveaway been donated by KC. It's over by the garage door. It's $10 per ticket. All of the proceeds do go to the Horseman's mission. The saddle is also displayed by the garage door or by the food stand.
There we go. Just essentially want her to get comfortable with something being tied to her chest while moving before we get set on, because she'll learn that just humping around and jumping won't be the answer. So here, as long as I'll add pressure to this rope that's around her girth, and as soon as she starts moving forward, without much trouble, we'll release the pressure. Here, as it goes towards her back, she's gonna essentially want to probably likely respond a little more when you throw some kicks, but yeah, we'll just let her work that out. But I'm not gonna take the pressure off just because she's kicking. As you can see, this puts me in a safe enough position to really be away from those kicks. Put your head back. There we go. We're gonna keep it moving because turning around, kicking isn't the answer. And every time I feel her really get heavy on my lead rope, I'm just jabbing her to redirect her back towards me. We'll let that. There we go, there. Just want her to, as soon as she feels the pressure, move forward. No need to jump, you need to race up. No need to kick, just, it's all good. She wants to face up, we just want to keep moving. Because movement's the key.
I think what Daniel just said there is one of the key things when you ride a young horse is keeping these colts, their feet moving forward. I think that's so important. When they're moving forward, they're thinking. If they stop or try to back up or turn around, that's when it gets dangerous. I think keeping a colt's feet moving forward is so important.
Here's something careless again, adding some pressure, but just really together, just work through it. Be like, well, there's only one answer, and that's just moving. Not acting up too much. So here or there, you know, she's moving with some intention. She wasn't before earlier, but I wanted to move some more intention, just to listen, have some more energy going forward. As you can see, I just touch it there, she's just gonna move a little bit faster. Not much pressure at this point anymore. So we'll just let her soak on that. Just throw the rope over. Also desensitizing. It's because there's not much thought on my end. I'm just doing it because I know she can handle it, or will be able to handle it if she can't handle it now. Good time.
You currently have 45 minutes remaining.
As you can see, she's catching on, but still new. So we'll just, we don't think too much of that, we'll just let her ride it out, but keep the pressure until she's just doing what we want. Make it her idea to just move forward quietly. There we go. As you can see, now that I know she can move forward, I'm starting to build the pressure a little bit more whenever she doesn't respond right away. Not by being harsh, but just by adding a progressive intensity. I'll get her to move a little faster here. Forward. There we go. Oh, lost my, let's see if she... Try right there in the center, because that's still a different spot, but just check it out. There you go. Movement's the answer. And you. There we go. And I'm intentionally leaving the target there because just to get her used to something else laying around that she can explore. Here I push her just to work on the back up a little bit, just to let her really listen. Pressure. That's all.
Daniel, I am going to remind you at some point throughout the next 30 minutes or so, go ahead and take your 5-minute break. So each trainer at some point throughout their hour and a half, they are required to take a 5-minute break and let the colt rest.
Here while we're just standing here letting her catch her breath and rest a little bit, just pulling out her nose slightly just to really get her to just respond, flex. And at this point, she's getting pretty nicely in her first few times. You can see she's wanting to investigate me, using that, her curiosity in me to use it together with essentially the lead pressure. Make it a little bit easier for her to just want to turn her head towards where the pressure is. This is a target. And Here, I'm just pulling. As soon as she gives her nose a little bit, we'll let go of the pressure. I'll move there. Push. Here. So here, pressure still, just not wanting to fully loosen up. We're just there. At this point, I don't want to worry about the sand. It's kind of careless. And we're over. Eyes offside. I lose. She's really mentioned me, so I'm not able to put on. Experimenting. Some weight. I'll also keep the lead rope short in case she wants to turn or run. I have at least her head to maybe just slow her down and get up.
So any of you young guys or anybody in the crowd that is thinking about that they would like to enter for next year's Colt Start competition, talk to Mr. Matt Oswald or go to the information booth right over here on your left from the bleachers and get all the information on how to get into the Colt Start competition for next year.
There, that's all right. I mean, why would you be used to somebody being on her back? First time, so just keep moving. Very used to the weight. I'm trying to get too sweaty, so I have the pad on there. That. There we go. Here I'm just kind of, it's harder to use to be sitting on the back. Not too big of a deal. But also keeping the flexion just in case she wants to do something, redirect her energy by disengaging her hips and not giving her a chance to fully break loose. As much as you guys want to see that, but.
Yeah, we sure would love to see it.
See if she can take a couple steps at least. There we go. Anytime I feel like she's trying to overreact, I'll just pull her back in to whatever extent I can. Let's see if we can get her. That works for me, to be honest.
How about it? Almost. How about the first ride for Daniel?
Kevin, do they get points deducted if they get bucked off?
Huh?
Do they get points deducted if they get bucked off?
Well, that might be up to the judges. I think we all would love to see that. What a great first ride. That was very good.
I'll take advantage here. Use that as a break. She did real good.
All right, I will start your time now.
Thanks.
While Daniel's taking a 5-minute break,
I can step out on the break, right? I can step out.
Yes, yep. So as he's taking a 5-minute break, what we're going to do is talk a little bit about what the judges are judging on, what they're looking for. So I'm just going to read over the judges' scorecard here, and they will be available for everyone to see over at the information booth each evening. So in the round pen, moving the horse into the round pen, ability to get forward motion is one thing, control of walk, trot, and lope, explanation to the audience, horse saddle, striking the panels, so that's if the horse box or how he reacts once he's saddled. Groundwork, desensitizing the horse, how the trainer gets the horse settled, tarps, flags, ropes, ground poles. So that's all something they'll be judged on, is how they handle that, how they handle the tarps, how they approach everything there. Getting the horse used to the saddle and the pad. How soft is the horse in his neck and head? So that what they're looking for there is just how easy does that horse move, how easy does he bend, how soft is he to his halter. Handling feet. So can you pick up the feet? How does that go? How does he prepare the colt for that? How prepared is the horse to be mounted? Does the horse stand to get on for the first time? Then another thing that they are judged on is no back cinch, no rear cinch is a 25-point deduction. So probably you'll see every horse in here with the back cinch, but they will get a 25-point deduction if they don't use the back cinch. How was the horse introduced to the rear cinch? And also difficulty of the horse. How tough of a horse do we have? And then mounted portion, all riding. How horse turns and stops, ability to get forward motion, ability to back up. Each time bucked off, -5 points. So I'd say we don't want to get bucked off. So that is your scorecard, and that's what the judges are looking for. That's what you will be judged on, and of course other stuff that you add into that. You will also get judged on bonus points.
Kevin, can we change the score sheet for next year?
I think we need to change that to where every time you get bucked off, it's an extra 5 points.
Yeah, and I want to move it where they have to pick up the feet before they can do any groundwork.
I think that would be really fun to watch too. Daniel, I'll let you know when you're 1 minute away. I think it's very important to give these colts this break here and just let them soak up everything. And I think Terry and a couple of the judges needed a stretch. Do not want the judges falling asleep on us, that's for sure.
My brother just asked me if I have a game plan coming into these things, and to a certain extent, yes, but really just having the key concepts in mind of what I need to accomplish, which is really just forward motion and responding to pressure. And then from there, I just tailor everything based on what I'm seeing in the horse. And then we go from there. So as long as the fundamentals of movement and responding to pressure are driving what I'm actually doing, my action, then that's the process for me.
For sure. The first year I did this competition, I went in with a game plan, and 5 minutes into it, my whole game plan changed, and we just rolled with it. So I think that's the best way to have it, is just do what you know to do and read that horse. I think that's so important. All right, sorry, we got to talking. Your time is up in like 30 seconds.
One thing to notice too is just the progression of, which I really enjoy seeing, but how the horse starts out wanting to look for her friends, just being all anxious and worked up, and now she can't really shoo her away from this side of the pen, which the only association here is the stuff of me and the people.
All right, you have 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1, time.
Yeah. So we'll take advantage of this to just back her up, start teaching that. Run through here. Oh, I'm on the other end. There we go.
If you start noticing, see the big change in how much softer that colt's getting in his face with that halter. I think that's one of the most fun things to see in a young horse, is how they learn to get soft to a halter within an hour and a half.
That 5-minute break could have been a whole day for this horse, so I might as well just recheck this before I saddle her. around again. A little refresher here as we're getting her back into game mode. Ooh, wait. Get this water out.
While you're doing that, Daniel, you have 30 minutes remaining.
Got it. Thank you. That's real quick. Just to recheck this out.
Coming into this competition, what was your biggest thing that you were excited about and the biggest thing you were nervous about?
Biggest thing I was excited about is just getting the opportunity to just show a different way of, or maybe a different way, yeah, essentially a different way maybe to handle a horse and get something done. Just because growing up I had seen just in videos or hearing from other people that I've tried to talk to, you know, the old-fashioned way of just trying to break a horse, and there's nothing wrong with it, but I always felt that there was other ways, or by ways. It's an opportunity to just be able to showcase that. I think other trainers will be able to showcase just different ways to get through to a horse without really being too abusive or anything like that. And just excited for the challenge, really, but at the same time, the challenge was the nervous part.
That was the bad part?
Yeah. Because it's like, well, really, I'm fairly new to this game. And, you know, you always question whether, I mean, there's always that inner doubt that anybody will have, which is natural. But just kind of questioning, you know, how you stack up with other people, or whether it's essentially you're at the right place or doing the right thing.
And I think it's so important what you just said there is, even though you might be second guessing yourself when you're in front of a crowd, it's still you want to stick to doing what you know and showing that horse you are his leader. I think that's so important, and you're doing a very good job with that.
Thank you. So we'll just let that here. And I guess one thing I don't think I mentioned yet, but you may have caught it, maybe you haven't. I intentionally place everything I introduce to the horse around them or close to them, for them to be able to investigate and kind of just get that initial exposure prior to me actually doing much with it. So either whether it's rubbing across the body or letting them smell things out and use their nose and muzzle. This is just an intentional part of the process I'm doing here, really just taking the time to just let them investigate both sides as well. As you can see, I'm just switching over. I mean, because, like I said, we're two different horses, but we want them to be responding somewhat similar on different sides. I'll hold on just in case, because you never know. But you're just slowly introducing it, but at the same time kind of carelessly, because it's all right.
So I gotta ask you, have you come up with a name yet?
I was just talking to my brother, and I think Sweet Tart.
Perfect. So we have a name. I'm impressed.
Because she turned out to be pretty sweet. At first I thought she'd be a little more tart, just but she was, you know, a little more sour just based on how she was acting with other horses. So I think it represents her pretty well.
You did a whole lot better job at naming your horse than I did. It took me 2 days.
As you can see, I'm just carelessly both sides, just swinging it up, swinging it down. Just letting her get the reps in, get accustomed to this process. Stand around and be quiet. Shake that around, or redirect her if she's trying to think of something else. here throughout this, I'm still being very intentional about where I'm standing and how short I am in the rope in case she wanted. I just want to be able to have enough of a chance to be able to redirect her if needed, if she was thinking of something else. Not to say that I'd be able to at some point, but gotta put ourselves in the best position. The keys in the preparation. So here, I'm being pretty careless and just grabbing that bottom cinch through. I'm gonna start tightening up here, doing probably 3 reps. 3 reps around just to get that tight for the initial time in case she wants to let loose. Which at the end of the day will be all right, whatever she wants to do, but at the end of the day we'll get her going whichever way we need to. Here's the back cinch, so we're gonna reach right over and rub it around, get that right on there. Not too tight right now, but maybe tighten it up later. Better yield the height a little bit, move around, feel that out. Here, it's kind of shoulder, head, shoulder here. Don't listen to all that time, but I'm paying attention to every small step she's doing. Trying to guide her to her feet, and then essentially to make the connection to her mind, which I think is similar to something Ray Hunt says, and I think is very true as far as I've been exploring horses. See if we can get some movement going. She looks like she might have something in there, but we'll just see if we can just get her moving around and redirect her energy until she starts thinking something different. I'll pick it up a little bit because it's very good seeing here. There we go. There we go. Now we'll get her moving and see what happens. You can see, I can feel that she's trying to do something, and right now I'm not letting her get her head up, just letting her focus on thinking something else, or just moving forward. At the end of the day, I'll let her loose after we work through this, just to be able to let it off. She still has it in there. But like I said, I'm not worried too much about it. I won't be bothered too much about it. Because really, this is all new to her, so there's no reason why she should react perfectly. It's not perfection what we're going for, just response. Some of it, just try really, just effort. Pressure here. Seems to be pretty tough, right? There we go. Need a response. I'll just let her move around, feel the saddle out. We'll see if she has anything in there, but.
So how's the temperature in that round pen?
It's Phoenix, Arizona, just about. Get shoulder over. There we go. All right. Let that soak a little bit. Where am I at on time?
It is 1:08, so you have a little under 30 minutes left.
An hour and 8 has gone by?
1:08 currently, and you go to 1:30.
So here, like, similar to the same story is, I'm just being reality, but the reality isn't gonna hide things from her. So the more she can get exposed to and get through, she'll be better off for it in the long term. This may be uncomfortable now, but she she realizes that she's getting through it and nothing's happening, and she'll have that confidence with him. But you can see him smack this around. It's pretty hard. Moving around, but it's going to represent my legs, and my legs, after a while, shouldn't be smacking her that much either. But it's good to expose her up front, not just to get her used to it. I'll tighten that up now, just because we're pretty close to the first ride, or first saddle ride, I guess.
All right, now you are 20 minutes remaining.
Okay. So we were just going to let her go and open her up. Try to get some more movement in here. And got your back in. Get moving. I want her to get up to a low, so we'll just do that just to feel all gates out. So I'll keep adding pressure here until she, there we go. Release it. Oh. He's getting too close, but really necessarily wasn't jamming herself into it. Get her face up again, we'll run her the other way. There we go. See if she comes in the middle here. Oh, it's like this. You can see body position, head now. She's just relaxed, not on guard, taking it all in. These are all things I'm paying attention to. Licking and chewing is what I was waiting for. Just shows that she's processing, licking and chewing, releasing any sort of adrenaline and things like that. It's really kind of relaxing her body and her mind. Get her moving again, see if we can get her moving to the other side. And start getting out. That rattling at the same time is desensitizing as a byproduct, because not my intention, but the noise is helping her out. So let's get through it.
Hey Kevin, I have an announcement. Report just came in that the Amish Powerball is up to 200 chickens and one goat. Tickets can be purchased at the information booth.
I completely missed that, so you're going to have to say that one again. Big shout out to Trail Farm Supply for supplying this round pen for all three Colt starters to use. So thank you from all of us at the Horseman Mission to Trail Farm Supply for that sponsor. Also, be sure to check out all of our sponsors. All the banners are hanging here. Make sure you connect with them. Most of our sponsors have a vendor set up either right behind these bleachers here or in the barn, in the building right across the street. So be sure to check them out.
Alright, just kind of expose her to that. So we'll use that later. I think it's about time to ride. Another thing you notice, I can still have a halter on, don't even have it tied around a single lead. Just because really at this point, I'm not worried about trying to get her to respond too much to, or I mean, should rephrase it, my focus isn't getting her to respond to the lead rope as much as it is just getting her comfortable moving around. You can see I'm just offside.
Daniel, you currently have 15 minutes remaining.
Okay. There we go. She seems to be taking off pretty well. Feeling all over. Just any spots that could be touchy later on, which they probably will be. But we'll work through it. Back to my knee roll comment. Tighten that up.
Daniel, did you do anything in particular getting ready for this particular competition before you got here?
Just stay focused, really. I didn't change up, just doing what I do every day. I will say, Colt Starting is part-time for me right now because I'm so early on trying to get named to my full-time job. But after work is where I put work on the Colts and any Colts I can get in. Just really, as far as anything preparation, I just did what I was doing. Figured anything I learned along the way would help me here. Just kind of staying focused on, you know, my body.
I'm impressed. You described that very well, and getting on the Colt for the first time with the saddle. You did better than I do.
You took the thinking away from me because I was too focused on telling you what or an answer, I guess. But here, you can see. She's responding. We'll see if we can get her moving. Might do a little encouragement, but going back to the lead rope thing, I just have one, and I just focus on this one because I just really start the process one rein before two reins because the two reins really jams them up front from my perspective. So I really just give myself no option but to use one rein. And that way, if I need to pull or something, it's pulling on one rein, turning one, focusing energy on one thing rather than accidentally jamming two and then getting her more braced up. So here, just get her moving. She seems like she wants to bump a little bit, but we're just gonna work through it. Yeah. So there we go. Redirect it. Don't let her get her head down.
Everybody watching, you can't keep breathing. It's all right.
So we did a lot of preparation at the end of the day. They still might buck if they want to buck, so I just ride them. Keep it as clear as I can, just move. She wanted to.
I love the confidence you're showing that Colt right here.
Eventually we'll get her. There we go, that's all. It's little, but she's moving. There we go. I'll look up. Yes, with my energy. That's what we want. Jam my leg here, but it has to happen, We'll just sync it over too. This is just part of desensitizing. Switch your directions. So just get moving. Right now I'm not worried about any direction she's going as long as she's just moving. That's my key focus, is just get her moving. Give her some encouragement.
We see this so much in Colt Starting. Everybody does all the groundwork, and then when they get on, they get nervous and scared and quit moving their body, and that Colt gets tight and nervous as well. Daniel's doing such a good job here with staying relaxed and demonstrating to you how much easier it is if he stays relaxed.
Yeah, that's the key. I'm really just, my body, my energy is neutral because I don't really project any fear to the horse because I understand it, but I respect it because I know what it's capable of, so I'm not trying to be careless about it. The will handle whatever's thrown at and work through it. But me being scared won't help her any. You knew she'd be. This is where the sweet tart's coming in. She's sweet on the ground, maybe a little tart on the top. This is the key right here, scared. That's my flag on the pan. Really just, there we go. She's moving, I'm calm. She's moving quietly, I'm calm. She's bugging, I'm not, as far as by extra pressure. Internally, I'm the same, neutral.
Currently, you have 10 minutes remaining.
Oh, let's try. Didn't walk already. Over here, hello. Oh, not there. There we go.
Just a reminder, Daniel, when you do decide to be done, that colt does have to be unsaddled. You leave the halter on, but you have to have the saddle, your tarp, everything out of the round pen at 1:30.
Just work right through it. There we go. There, good loop. So stay here. We'll just keep it at the trot, because I don't want to overwork it too much, just try and focus on one thing. Bring it back down as long as she's moving good. Maybe start turning a little bit. There we go. It doesn't matter the speed as long as she's moving at this point. Focus on a little bit. See if we can stop her. Keep the pressure until she stops moving her feet. And she gives her nose. She stopped her feet. Now I held on a little too long. Now I'm going to do the next thing. See what she just there. Give her a break. Time-wise, where am I at?
It is currently 1:22, so you have 8 minutes remaining.
Okay. Let's go in the other direction a little bit. No tension on my road because I'm not bracing myself up for anything she might do. I'm just ready to respond, prepared to respond to anything she might do. There we go, just trot it out, that's fine. There we go. There. See, once he stops, there, just get it straight. Well, we got a little bit there. I think we got a couple strides without any kicking or pumping. That's good. We've pushed her pretty hard.
How about that for Mr. Daniel?
Here, just getting her to stop. Well, I guess we're focusing on a little bit of turns here. Get her to move her there. quiet now. Or I'll be quiet with her and I'll just focus on little things like turn real quick. Couple turns just to show that we can. There we go, right foot, right rein. You're moving a little bit. Left foot, left rein here pretty soon. There. 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 See if we can get it back up. This is where 2 reins would be nice, but let's see if we can put 1 step in there. Oop. Oop. She's like, that's a different rein. Just 1 step.
You currently have 5 minutes remaining.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're just focusing back up later.
Those 5 minutes can go real long,
Oh, yeah.
or really, really short.
No, just focus on getting her to stop. Keep pressure. Just kind of holding on, giving her the resistance there until she just kind of gives it a little bit, released. No, we're close here. See if she just feels something there. Maybe a little less. Just like there. Good.
So when Daniel finishes up here, Elizabeth Beck will be our next competitor. We're going to take a short 15-minute break to change the colts, get this colt put up, and bring the next one in, and then we'll introduce to you our next trainer.
She's free. Just get it back. Send some pressure. There we go. Step back. Okay, well, we're just redirect here. Not today, she's saying. Works for me, I'll just start.
3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes. Everything's off completely, right, in the halter?
Everything but the halter, yes.
Oh, but the halter. We're still more than enough today, so let's just won't try to push her anymore. Sit here. And how much time?
Currently you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. See, pick up legs. Just to feel it out. It seems like she's pretty responsive to that. And on a good note here, just nothing, no pressure, just respond to, there we go. Just, there you go. Just get her to get back down into confident mode where she can respond to any added pressure, or any added cues, I mean. Calmly, good. All right. Actually, I
Yes, you can leave the halter on if you want, that's your choice. You still have 1 minute remaining, so you're good on time. Actually, a little bit over 1 minute.
danger zone here. She wants to kick. It's fine. I'll get out of the way.
All right, we are getting to about 30 seconds here. That is time. How about it for Mr. Daniel Chavez?
Did you say my name? Oh. Well, let's see.
All right, so while we're waiting to get this colt settled and get Elizabeth all set up for her round, we're going to talk to Daniel. How do you think it went today? Did it go like expected? What was different? What was the same? So just tell us kind of how you feel about it.
Overall, I mean, I think the horse did great. Feel really good about what we accomplished. I really didn't have any expectations. It's like, horses, you never know what you're going to get. You look at some ran out, so I just came in with the mentality, just be patient, look for what you're looking for, and it's simple. And then build from there. So the plan to get thrown out, I really didn't know what the plan, just overall concepts, fundamentals, move forward movement, respond to pressure, feel the pressure, and then build from there. I think it's supposed to be a lot more than I was expecting. I'm thinking I might not get a first ride today. I'm not going to hold on to that or have any expectations. Whatever needs to happen.
Very good. He got a first ride in an hour and a half on a colt for the first time. How about it for Mr. Daniel Chavez?
Elizabeth Beck is going to come to us next. She's going to come to us from Gettysville, Ohio. She's going to be 22 years old. She grew up in a saddle and lived on a farm where we raised cattle and sheep and was always stuck on a pony to help move the livestock and became glued to the saddle. I don't remember a day I didn't take off riding my pony. Started training ponies with my older sister when I was 7. Haven't grown out of it, and I was involved in 4-H and rodeo all throughout school. Got my degree in equine studies and an emphasis on training and management. I started my training business, EJB Horsemanship, in 2020 and have enjoyed all the horses that have come my way. I'm thankful that God placed the passion of horses in me, and I'm continually looking for ways to grow and learn more about them. I'm excited to be a part of this year's Horseman mission, to be able to use it as an opportunity to grow and better myself. Elizabeth Beck.
Dustin. Caitlin? Meg seen that email? Meg seen this email? It's about the payment not going through.
We got 4 minutes. If the judges want to make their way back into their seats, we got 4 minutes. We do want to thank some of the sponsorships: Heartland Stairways, Open Range, Trailer Sales, Silver Quest Equine, KT, Hair Removal, Mass Hair Renewal, KT Hair Renewal, Mass, there's a difference, Mass Farm Service, R. Miller Accounting, thank you.
All right, we have 1 minute remaining until Elizabeth will enter the round pen. So if we can have the judges, I believe we got everybody here. All right, I believe we have all our judges here. Thanks again, judges, for being here. We are going to go ahead and get started in just a bit. All right, this is starting time for Elizabeth Beck. How many Elizabeth Beck fans do we have in the house?
like shove him away from me. I want him to be curious about me, but I'm not gonna push him away because it's just gonna make him scared of me right away. So he's curious. That's good. Alright. Because he chose to walk away, I'm gonna make him move a little bit. As soon as he gives me his attention, I'm going to walk away to release the pressure.
So Elizabeth, tell us a little bit about your background, and a little bit of your background, what all you've done, and what you've done to prepare for this competition.
So I grew up on a farm. We raised livestock, did horses, all that fun stuff. I grew up doing 4-H. When I got into high school, I started doing rodeo. When I was 7, I started breaking out horses with my older sister. She's about a year older than me. And kind of a funny story. When we first wanted some horses, my dad said, "No, I don't want you guys getting hurt." And I said, we both were like, okay. So we had these 2 bottle caps at the time. Because he wouldn't let us get ponies, we broke out our bottle caps. We were riding them down the driveway. Poor things had bits in their mouths. But after that happened, he realized, okay, they can get some ponies. So he got started with some wild ponies from Iowa, some Shetlands, and started from there and kind of haven't grown out of it since.
So I know you were not first draw, so is this the colt you had picked out from the beginning?
He actually is. Weirdly enough, the other 2 weren't even on my list. He was a little bit more in the middle, didn't necessarily dare to be the boss. Kind of wanted to follow, and I want a horse that's willing to pay attention to me and not just be super oblivious to everything I'm asking of it. But I want him to be willing to have a conversation. Sometimes, if you get too much of a confident horse, they don't want to even associate with you.
So this colt here is by Frenchman's Guy on the top side, and then Sparkling Drift on the bottom side, so very well-bred young horse here. So did you watch Daniel's round, or did you stay out of the way and not watch?
I was in and out, watched a little bit, and left. And
Did that help or make it worse?
I don't know. I don't know that I was all that paying attention because I was just kind of nervous. So he's got a little attitude.
Did you come in here with a game plan or just winging it?
I practiced a few times, but not like I would have liked to. If I would have known the whole summer, I probably would have had more horses all summer. So I have a little bit of what I know what I want to do, but not 100%. Now he's not even really paying attention to me, so.
Can you tell us roughly how many colts you have started in your career?
In all honesty, I don't even know. I haven't really kept track of what I do. A lot of horses that I've had are a lot of horses that just kind of have random problems.
Big shout out to Kuhnekt for being here with the live stream. Be sure to check out their vendor right behind these bleachers. So Elizabeth, what were you the most excited about coming into this competition?
Honestly, just to kind of learn more and work with another horse that I haven't worked with. The scariest part. What?
Go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to say the scariest part is having people in the crowd.
I was just ready to ask you what's your worst. We got that now.
And being on mic. Nobody watches me do horses. It's just me and the horse. And Jesus.
You just block all of them out, and I'll redirect their attention to Kevin. I have a question for Kevin. Do you know what the white part is in chicken shit?
No.
That's chicken shit too.
Aren't we glad Wayne Yoder is here? For those of you wondering, the Friday night evening show is sold out. We do still have some tickets left for Thursday night. So if you do not have tickets for the evening show, make sure you get those. You can get them online on the Horseman Commission website, or stop in over here at the information booth and they can give you directions and details on how to get tickets for that. You definitely don't want to miss the evening show Thursday and Friday night. Those of you who were not here earlier, when we talked about the schedule for the day, after Elizabeth, we have Liz Bailey. And then tonight from 5:30 to 6:30, we will have Guy McLean in here doing a clinic on Colt Starting. So that'll be really fun to watch as well. Thursday's schedule in the Mission Arena, we have Ken McNabb from 9 to 9:45 working on behavioral issues. In the warm-up pen from 9 to 11, myself and 6 riders will be doing a hands-on clinic. Over here in the Mission Arena from 9:45 to 10:30, we will have Guy McLean doing a second round of the Colt Starting Clinic. This is the schedule for tomorrow. Then from 10:30 to 11:30 in the Mission Arena, we have Luke Gingrich on Liberty. In the warm-up arena from 11:30 to 12:30, we have Braveheart Beasts. And then we will start at 12 noon with the second round of the Colt Starting Competition. And then 6 o'clock, the doors open for the Mission Accomplished event. And that event starts at 7 and will run through until 9:30 tomorrow night.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what you are wanting to see from him at this time?
So I'm kind of going around, and he's not running away, which is good because I'm not adding pressure. But I also want him to pay attention to me, and I'm gonna keep adding a little pressure until he brings me a foot forward. So that foot was just a little bit forward, so I can walk away. And I'm just gonna go back and forth, and eventually he'll learn that if he steps forward, my pressure is released.
So we all know this will be very easy for her, but be thinking about a name for your horse. You probably already have that, but be thinking about that.
I'm going to call him Doesn't Move.
Tell us about your pen wrangler. Who is she?
This is my mom. She's the reason I do horses. Part of it.
Does that make it worse or better with her sitting outside the round pen watching?
It depends. Definitely better though.
This is probably not a good question to ask you, but have you ever been bucked off in front of a crowd before?
I haven't.
Let's hope today's not the first time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do.
Did you know that getting bucked off a horse, Kevin, actually doesn't hurt?
It's the landing that hurts.
That's right.
I guess minus the pride. I asked her earlier during the drawing if she's nervous, and she said yes, but before she walked into the round pen, she said she's not nervous, so I think that's a good sign. She had pretty much a really good confidence in this colt. Big shout out to Triple H Performance Horses for providing the colts for this year. What a nice set of young horses to provide us, and we thank them for that.
I want to remind you guys about the saddle giveaway over by the garage door. You can get your tickets there at the information booth. $10 a ticket, and all of the proceeds go to the Horseman mission. The saddle is displayed, but they are going to do a saddle giveaway. He's got first step down pat, but not the second, huh? Is this normal for you? Have you experienced before where they kind of get stuck and not taking that second?
Yeah. He's taking a few more. He's hesitant. He's like, I don't know.
So did your mom have any advice for you going into this?
She told me to be myself.
I like it.
that what you were looking for, him coming forward to you?
Yeah. He is a curious little guy, so that's good. He does have some sticky feet though.
For those of you who weren't on here earlier, big shout out to Trail Farm Supply for letting us use one of their round pens. Be sure to check them out. We greatly appreciate them providing this round pen for all 3 Colt starters to use.
When you were a little girl on the ponies, did you just buck them out, or did you do groundwork before you got on them as a little girl?
I won't say we trained him right. Most of the ponies my sister and I broke out and no other kids could ride, if that tells you anything.
Do you have a favorite discipline that you prefer to go into as far as when you're riding, training, showing?
I definitely do everything Western. Could probably pay someone to see me in an English saddle again. Yeah, everything Western.
What do you think? I think this colt's a good mover too.
Yeah, he looks pretty good. He's definitely sticky foot. So right there, I kind of got after him because he didn't turn towards me.
Really like how she's getting that colt focus on her. It's so hard for these colts. They've been in a group together of 6 and 7, and then they come in here all alone, and the only person they have to look for is the person in the round pen there. So really think that's important to get that colt focus on you and show that colt that you're his leader. I think that's really fun for everybody to watch right there.
athletes leaving him.
So is he reacting to what you're doing like you expected, or are you having to change anything? How you're feeling?
I'm definitely happy to go after him a little bit more than I expected. When I was just standing on the outside, he was super curious, acted like he wanted to be with people. And I think he does. I think he's just scared. But he also kind of wants to be a little bit more bossy than I expected.
You currently have 1 hour remaining.
Can you explain a little bit what you're looking for out of him? Are you still looking for that forward step?
Yeah, I'm still looking for him to come forward. And when he doesn't, I'm going to add a little bit more pressure. But I don't want to go and just like make him mad right away. So I'm kind of trying to ease my way into letting him let me be around him. He's also wanting me to be on his left side. His right side. His right. Which is kind of different for me. I haven't had a horse like force themselves on the left side. So that's it.
Have you ever done a colt starting competition like this before?
I have not. I've done Appalachian Trainer Face-Off. 3 years, but aside from that, not an actual colt starting competition.
Other than just the challenge of it and pushing yourself with your horsemanship, what made you decide to enter this competition? Any certain thing?
I definitely want to know how to keep growing, so the fact that I'm being judged on work horses, and I can't get better if somebody doesn't judge me right. So.
Do you know each of the other trainers you're competing against, or never met them before?
Never met him.
I gave a lot of respect to these competitors coming in here, putting themselves in vulnerable training in front of you guys. They don't know what challenges they're going to face. They don't know how that colt's going to respond to them today. I most certainly do respect that. As we can see, this colt here has given her a few challenges, but what impresses me the most about it, the fact that she's just staying on course. She's not worried about her time. She's like, I'm going to get to him. I'm going to do it this way. We're going to meet that meeting point where we both understand, respect that, but it's a lot to put out there, and it does help you definitely grow and push you. Is this how you expected your first 30 minutes to go?
No, it's not how I practice, but that's okay. I think that's one of the cool things starting horses too is I don't think I've ever had a horse that I can just go along and do every single thing as I planned. Sometimes you have to change things, sometimes you doesn't. You have like the same criteria, but not all horses learn the same. Some horses need more of a relationship than other horses. Some horses take a little bit longer to get to their actual willingness. Some horses are sure, yeah, do whatever you want with me, I don't care.
So Elizabeth, have you had any mentors or trainers help you along the way? Have everything you know, you've learned from yourself and, you know, just at home and ride with other people? Or have you had a certain trainer that you've worked with a lot?
Growing up, I definitely learned as I went. Then I went to college at Asbury and trained under Jesse. And definitely learned a lot of the little things that really helped my horsemanship that I didn't really think about when I just went and did it myself.
You think with Jesse being here as a judge, will that help or hurt you?
I don't think either. Maybe he might be a little bit harder on me. I don't know. If I were him, I probably would be.
Really do like how relaxed this Colt is starting to get. He's licking and chewing his lips. That's always a very good sign of a horse starting to relax. He's starting to stay more focused on her instead of looking out to see where his buddies are at. Just a reminder, at some point throughout the next hour, or I guess 45 minutes, somewhere in that area, you have 48 minutes remaining. So sometime in the next 48 minutes, you'll have to take a 5-minute break, and just let us know when you decide to do that. From a show of hands in the crowd here, who would have picked this colt as your horse for the competition? We've got a few in here. Very good. This one here was my third pick out of the group. Really liked the way he moved and how curious he acted. And of course his pedigree too. He's got a very good topside pedigree. All right, you currently have 45 minutes remaining. I love how she's sticking to her game plan and what she knows here. This colt's not quite reacting the way she expected to when she walked into the pen. I love how she's not changing anything. She's staying to what her plan was here and taking her time. Even though we're in a competition, I think that's so fun to see how she's taking her time and letting that colt find that right spot and find the right answer. Elizabeth had a little bit harder as far as a last-minute entry in this Colt Starting Competition. She was drawn as our backup, and due to some back injuries and back issues, Robert Mass was unable to be in the competition. So just a few weeks ago, we called her to come and be the third competitor, and so she didn't have quite as much time to prepare for the competition. I think that usually is a better thing when you don't have as much time to think about it.
Few of our vendors that are set up behind the bleachers here are going to be New Trick Glow, Treasure Gypsy banners, No Reins Performance horses, Unbridled Photography, Guy McLean, Luke Gingrich Horsemanship, and we'll go over there some more of them that we'll fit in later, but make sure you check out these booths that are set up behind the bleachers. We appreciate them being here.
A little bit different from last year. This year we started it on Wednesday today, and the finals will be on Friday, so you definitely won't want to miss the final round on Friday. And then Saturday is the select horse sale. So Fridays is the final round for all three. Today and tomorrow they get an hour and a half in the round pen, and then on Friday they get an hour in the round pen and a half hour outside the round pen, and they'll have to complete a trail course and walk, trot, canter each way. So you definitely won't want to miss the final round on Friday.
I switched back to round penning a little bit because he quit paying attention to me. He was more worried about everything else at the round pen.
A few more of the vendors that are set up here. Equip Kinetics. Ashton, the Gypsy Horse vendor, is set up behind. Equine Pet Store. Geniuses, Smiles, and Apparel. And Beamer is also set up here as the vendors behind the bleachers. Make sure you check those out.
Elizabeth, for you, does it seem like a long hour and a half or a short hour and a half when you're working with a horse?
Originally it was a short. This one's kind of feeling long. But I'm also glad it's feeling long.
3:15 when Elizabeth is finished with her first round. Our next competitor will be Liz Bailey. We'll take a 15-minute break to switch out the colts, talk to Elizabeth, and then bring Liz Bailey in. And roughly 3:15 is when Elizabeth is done. So at 3:30, we will start with Liz. How about that? That's a big change right there. How are you feeling about that right there?
Definitely happy.
Moment you've been looking for, right?
Yes.
Really like how she just stuck it out, even though we're in a competition. She didn't worry about the time. She stuck it out, and she got a lot accomplished right there.
I'm going to take my 5-minute break here.
Perfect timing. And we will let you know when your 5-minute break is up here. Tell us how you feel with ending on that right there.
Well, there it is. I definitely was not going to stop until I could get the halter on, but I feel like that was a breaking point for him so that I could let him sit and think, and apparently he ground ties now, so but there he can sit and think and not think that I'm such a bad person because he got, I mean, I didn't sit there and wail on him as soon as I caught him, so.
I love how relaxed this colt has got. He's got very quiet. I think she's got a secret weapon here. She taught that colt to ground tie within an hour. How about that? He is tart. Right, 2 minutes remaining on the 5-minute break. I think we all just got to see a colt make a huge change and get so much more relaxed. Also, for those of you who were not here, at 5:30, Guy McLean will be doing a Colt Starting Clinic. So definitely don't want to miss that from 5:30 to 6:30. One minute remaining. I will let you know here shortly when it's time to go back in. All right, 30 seconds remaining. Fifteen seconds remaining. That's a long 30 seconds. All right, that is time. So we want to know what you and your mom were talking about over there.
We said that that was finally a little breakthrough from him, and he was definitely testing. But we'll just keep going at it. We find it. So.
You have 27 minutes remaining.
He's definitely a little stubborn guy. He is smart.
Now for the next 30 minutes, tell us a little bit about your goal here, what you've got in mind, or are you just winging it?
I'm gonna start by creating some boundaries between him and I. And I want him to kind of pay attention to me a little bit more. We'll establish direction a little bit. I'll probably put a bit in his mouth somewhat soon because I like to make sure. I feel like a bit is one of the things that takes a while for horses to get used to. So I like to put that on before I even put my saddle on, just to let them, we can do groundwork with a bit in the mouth, and just kind of go from there.
Pretty sure the other two trainers are going to have to teach their horses the ground tie because I think you got one up on them right there.
Hopefully that's bonus points.
You had mentioned earlier that he likes you on one side better than the other. So go ahead and explain to us how you're going to work through that and what your plan is there.
I'm definitely going to work through both sides. But I'll try to do the right side a little bit more, which will kind of be obvious because that's the side I get on. I mean the left side. So we'll just kind of, I don't know, I'm just going to go at it like I normally do, and then we'll just kind of see from there.
So we noticed Daniel, our last trainer, he did not use a whip. He just used the end of his lead rope. So tell us if you like the whip better and give us an explanation there.
I do, because as you see here, it's like an extension of my arm. I can tell him good job without actually having to go and invade his bubble a little bit. And if I wouldn't have used it, I mean, I used it at first. I didn't use it at first, and it was hard to get him going, so it's less running for me. I kind of jokingly told my mom that you can go to the gym as much as you want, but you'll always be out of shape for training horses. And I think at every point I've been out of breath with something that I've done with horses. So
Yeah, that round pen's a whole lot warmer and a whole lot bigger than it looks from here. I always used to use a whip too, because if I had the lead rope, I'd always ending up hitting myself instead of the horse. Love how when he looks at you, how he stays focused on you. He's licking his lips. He's totally focused on you right there. He's not looking for these other horses. He's totally focused there. How do you feel about that? Is that what you're liking and look for?
Yeah, he's definitely paying attention to me. He is a smart little guy. But he is a little dramatic about things, which is fine. But like even there, I'm not gonna necessarily get any more, I'm not gonna get aggressive with him. He has no idea what he's supposed to be doing. So I'm just gonna keep the pressure. I'm not gonna increase it unless he were to get a little bit stubborn with me, and in that sense it would be like aggressive towards me, and I'm not gonna, at that point I would get a little bit more aggressive towards him, but he's not. He's just saying, I don't know what in the world you want me to do. So he's just kind of asking questions, and I'm just trying to lightly answer them. And he might be a little bit dramatic about it, but that's okay.
Now, the 2 years that I competed, my colt was really sweaty, but I'm pretty sure I was a whole lot worse. Earlier we were talking about slow is fast and fast is slow. And during the break, I went over into the other building, and Kevin Raber was doing the mulemanship clinic, and he said the exact same words. So I think that's a really important key factor in training, is slow is fast and fast is slow.
So I did this round penning with him, making him turn both directions. And when I'm doing it on the lead, I want him to move his shoulders away from me. So I did hind quarter, yielding away, and then I also want him to be able to move his shoulders when I ask him to. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. And he's not being mean about anything. He's just continually asking, wait, is this right? I've never done this before.
Currently, you have 19 minutes remaining.
use to get him to use his thinking side of the brain a little bit more. He's kind of paying attention to me, but he's also paying attention to everybody else outside of the round pen. The first cue I'm giving him is I'm backing up. And hopefully, he'll start paying more attention to as soon as he sees me back up, he's going to say, yep, okay, backing up, or I'm turning around for you.
I just learned a fun fact about this colt compared to the other colts. So all the other colts had a little bit of stall time coming up to the event here and were handled a little bit more. This colt was a last minute colt. They pulled him straight out of the pasture. So just found that out. I think that's a pretty interesting topic right there. You can kind of see the difference from the other colt to this one. So I think that was fun to know about that. He's had a little bit less handling. Would that have changed anything for you going into this?
Maybe a little bit, but not really. I don't know.
Myself, I think I always like when they have the least amount of handling possible, especially for a colt starting competition. Really like how this colt moves forward. He's such a willing horse to move forward. Even though he's a little bit dramatic, like she said, but I really like how this horse just keeps moving forward. I think that's a really good point in this horse that stands out to me, is how good he moves forward. You currently have 15 minutes remaining. What's going through your mind right now? You like your colt better than you did 30 minutes ago?
A little bit.
You've made a big change for you. I like what I see. Also a reminder, each evening after this competition, the score sheets will be available for you to see over at the information booth on the left side of the bleachers.
Good thing I poked extra holes in this. He's got a little head. I'm just gonna let him play with that a little bit. We'll move on. So you can think about that. Section.
Big thank you to all of our sponsors. We're going to mention a few here. Weaver Leather, Triple H, Harness Hoof and Hitch, Triple R, Apple Lane Acres, Trail Farm Supply, No Range Performance Horses, Boone County Horse and Mule Sale, Beamer. Be sure to check out their vendor back there. Get to learn more about the Beamer products. Heim Lumber, CR Welding, Yoder Dry Kill, Tappan Associates Equine Insurance, Triple H Ranch, Echo Valley Acres, Berlin Grand Hotel, Yotzi Woodworking, Mass Tractor. We're using their tractor to drag the arenas. Big thank you to them. KT Hair Renewal, Open Range Trailer, Auburn's Insurance, Unbridled Equine, R. Miller Accounting, East Maine, Fairview Country Sales, Ken Davis and Sons, Guggisberg Swiss Inn, and we will continue mentioning these throughout the day. Big thank you to our sponsors. How do you feel he's taking the bit?
A bit chomping, so that was good. He is a little frustrated, working back a little bit with the cinch before I actually put a real cinch on. Just kind of tighten it a little bit. He's a little reactive over his belly.
Growing up, is this how you did it, or did you just throw the saddle on and away you went?
We just threw the saddle on. And I don't want my horses to take off running when I put their saddles on. So I'll just do this, and if I had him for more than 3 days, I'd do a signal and all that stuff. Obviously, we don't have time for that.
I think that's the challenging part of a colt starting competition is you are on a time clock, and training horses on a time clock together just doesn't work out very good. Then on the flip side of it, it's such a great challenge for you. You currently have 10 minutes remaining. Do you feel like he's responding the way you expected him to now?
I thought he would be a little bit more reactive with the saddle pad, honestly. So that's good.
That's always a good surprise, right?
Yes.
All right, make sure you stick around after Elizabeth is done here. We've got some really fun door prizes to give out, so make sure you stick around for that. We'll do that in between when we're switching the colts. The only way you'll get a door prize is if you jump, scream, hoop, and holler. Is the temperature still pretty warm in there?
Yes, it's very warm. Oh, it's cooler now than when I was chasing him around.
How about that for the first time having a saddle on? Currently, you have 7 minutes remaining.
Hey Kevin, Amish Powerball just added a sorrel quarter horse.
Really like how this colt's taken to that bit. He quit chewing on it. He's nice and relaxed about it. Enjoying to see how he's doing with the saddle. He's staying very relaxed. Is this what you expected from him when you started with the saddle?
I expected him to be a little bit more dramatic. Looks like I'm gonna have to get a smaller cinch for tomorrow.
The very first year I had that same problem. I drew a smaller colt than what I had planned on, and I was the first one in. And my cinch was way too long, so I kind of panicked about that.
Yeah, it's definitely not gonna work tomorrow, but got one for today. So I'm just gonna let him sit there. I don't wanna go after him again, kind of like before. I just wanted to know, like, hey, it's on your back, no big deal.
Currently, you have 5 minutes remaining. Everybody can breathe. I don't think he'll bottom.
Well, we're going to be switching out the horses. We've got some door prizes that we're going to be giving out, so stick with us. Once she is completed, have your red ticket available. We'll give out some door prizes.
And I heard Wayne will not give them away unless you make him look twice. You have to scream, jump, dance, whatever it takes to get his attention.
Slap your neighbor.
to do a foot race to see who gets the door prizes. So glad Ken McNabb is coming tomorrow. I believe it was last year, maybe it was the year before, me and him had to do a foot race. This arena is a whole lot bigger than it looks.
So I just wanted him to feel what his saddle felt, tighten it as tight as I wanted to, do that tomorrow.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
But I wanted him to have a good experience with the saddle. He obviously didn't blow up. So that was good.
Such a great first experience for a saddle right there. That's exactly what we're looking for that first time having that Colt saddle. And you can leave the halter on. Everything else has to be out, but the horse and the halter can stay on. Our next competitor is Liz Bailey. So Liz, if you want to start preparing your tag and be ready, we will be taking a 15-minute break to watch Wayne run across the arena. You have 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. You have 1 minute remaining. You're pretty happy with the big change you made?
Yeah. I think getting a halter off was kind of a little breakthrough that we had to have. He's a stubborn little guy.
30 seconds remaining. You have to be outside the round pen when your time is up. $15 seconds remaining. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. How about it for Elizabeth Beck? All right, we'll get the Colt switched around. We'll have some door prizes. We'll talk to Elizabeth and see what she's got to say.
your red tickets, and we're going to do door prizes. Red tickets. We're going to draw the first one. It's going to be 923-111. 923-111. Yeah, you got it? I heard something somewhere. Do we have it? 923-111. If you've got it, please stand up, wave your hands, let us know where you're at. Oh. Nobody's hollering over there. 923-111. Going once. 923-111. Going twice. Last and final call. And we're going to redraw. 923-111. You're out. 923-297. 923-297. Going once. 923-297. Going twice. 923-297. Yep, got it. Next price is going to be 923-177. 923-177. Going once. 923-177. Going twice. 923-117. Last call. 923-177. You're out. 923-319. 319. Going once. 319. Going twice. 319. Last call. 319. 923-296. 296. 296. Final call. Yep, got it? Yep. All right, we're going to get into the interview portion here.
All right, we're going to hear from Elizabeth. She got her colt saddled in an hour and a half. Made a big change with getting the halter on, and a big breakthrough for her. So just tell us a little bit how you feel. Is that how you expected it would go? And go from there.
Yeah, so I definitely didn't think he would be that standoffish when I first started the arena. I thought he was just gonna stand right there and I could catch him. Obviously that didn't happen for the first hour. But I do think that when I started going and doing the pressure and release, he started catching on, but he definitely started testing. And then that's when I kind of knew like I was going to have to use a panel to help me. But after he got through that, I feel like going slow through the first part and not making him scared of me, and all of that kind of helped so we didn't have a huge blow up when we put the saddle on. So.
Are you excited about tomorrow?
Yeah, I definitely hope we can get a little bit farther. But I think whatever is supposed to happen will happen. So I'm excited. He's a good colt, and it'll be fun. It'll be interesting.
Good job, Elizabeth. Give her a round of applause one more time. All right, next in we have Liz Bailey from Pennsylvania. Do we have any Liz Bailey fans in the house? We will start at 3:30.
Going to do another door prize. 923-273. 923-273. Do we have a winner? 273. 273. Last call. 273. Next ticket, 923 203 203 203. Last call, 203. 923 133 133 133 133. Last call. Yep, we got it. We got one more here, 923004. Yep, right here, across rail, 004. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Liz Bailey. She's going to come to us from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. She's been blessed to be able to grow up with horses. I was more often than not found riding and working with horses and could spend hours trying to work through behavior issues. I always have enjoyed a special connection with them. My family has a carriage business, so at the early age of 8, was helping drive horses. I also completed farrier training and have been working as a farrier for the last 16 years. Training horses has been something I have been able to do more of in recent years, and that's where my heart lays. I have been competing in reining horses competitions as well as here competed in the Appalachian Training Face-Off. I've also enjoyed working as a mechanic, tow truck driver, and more recently have begun drag racing. I'm a mom of 3 amazing kids. I'm just thankful for this opportunity and so grateful to all the amazing people who continuously support me and have pushed me to expand my horizons and take my love for the horses and communicating with them to the new platform. Liz Bailey from Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Judges, we've got 5 minutes. 5 minutes, judges. In the meantime, don't forget about our saddle giveaway. We're going to give that saddle away on Saturday evening, I believe. Enter to win is $10 per ticket over at the information booth. The saddle is displayed there as well and has been donated by Casey's. All of the proceeds are going to the Horseman's mission.
Testing. Yeah. Testing.
Change Liz Bailey. Change Liz Bailey.
we are 2 minutes away from getting started with our third and final competitor of the day, Liz Bailey. All right, do we have all our judges here? Looks like it. 1 more minute. That's a long minute. All right, that is time. Welcome to the round pen, Liz Bailey. I don't know if I'm more worried about her pen wrangler or Liz herself.
Definitely the pen wrangler. She's shady.
So first question for you, Liz, is this the Colt you picked initially?
It is. I like the way that she moved. She was one out of the group that picked up all of her gates out in the open. She watched everything. I like her breeding.
So this was the Colt that I had picked out. From a show of hands, who else had this Colt picked out as their Colt? Quite a few people. Very good. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about who you are, Liz, what you've done. I think you've got a lot to say there. I'm excited to hear this.
Well, I tried to do a little bit of everything. I grew up around horses. I have a big family, 9 brothers and sisters. Pretty much, I think my mom put us on horses just to get us out of the house. Wasn't too concerned if we returned or not. She always told us if you could saddle it or bridle it, you could ride it, she didn't care when you come home. So from there, you know, every horse that we had, having that many brothers and sisters, we got all the neighbors' horses that needed issues, or had issues that needed fixed. They would bring them to us, because they figured Mom and Dad had a lot of kids to go through. They could spare a couple of the horses that didn't work out. So we're gonna kind of just work her around here, get her attention, get her paying attention to me.
So Liz, how do you know Sadie Fisher?
Well, I know her from trail riding up in Cook Forest. That's where I met her. I think originally I was shoeing a couple trouble horses, I think, up there when I really got to know her. But she found out I was a farrier, and that's all it took. I mean, she was a friend right away. Who doesn't want a friend that's a farrier, right? But we just we've become really good friends. She's kind of a sister to me.
The first time I met Liz was over at Coach Forest. She was telling us all sorts of crazy stories about shoeing and trimming horses. I was like, I'm never gonna mess with her. She's way stronger than I am.
Well, I ended up shoeing a lot of draft horses. Because there's not a lot of people that will do them. So, they give you a workout for sure. Now this is kind of new for me. I don't normally work out of a round pen. So, it's a little bit different.
So did you come into the event here with a plan and a goal, or are you just winging it?
Well, I usually wing just about everything. But, you know, Sadie's been trying to get me to do this for the past couple of years. And I thought it would just, you know, kind of pushes me out of my comfort zone a little bit. And training horses is always something I've always had a passion for. I've started a lot of my own colts. I started showing about 4 years ago in Rain Cow Horse, which that's kind of an addiction.
So how many times have you got bugged off in front of a crowd?
Well, usually I do my best performances in front of a crowd. But, a lot. One was probably about a month ago, working a 2-year-old. And he got stung on the belly by a bee while I was working on him. He went to bucking pretty good. And I came off and actually fractured my pelvis in about 4 places. That's the first time I've come off in a while.
And how long ago did you say that was?
About a month.
Liz, tell us a little bit what made you pick this colt.
I really like the way that she moved out. I like her breeding. I've worked a couple horses that breed and I had a really good mind on. I like how she watched everybody going around. She wasn't too clingy with all of her friends, kind of in the middle of the pack.
Did you do anything in particular to prepare for this particular competition?
I packed last night, that was about it. I have other than working with horses and shoeing horses, I run a towing and recovery company. So I pretty much spend 24/7 in a tow truck, working as a first responder for 5 different police departments. So that kind of keeps me busy.
So do you ever sleep? From what I hear, it doesn't sound like it.
A couple hours, I do really good if I get about 5 hours.
What are you most excited and most nervous about?
Well, this is the first time I've ever worked in front of a crowd. So, I usually don't have to talk when I'm working with them. But, nervous-wise, I guess I would just hoping I don't disappoint Sadie. She's a pretty hard critic.
And we all know if you don't do it right, Sadie will get after you.
I know, she whips me and won't feed me tonight. I'll have to shoot the worst draft horse on the farm.
Is the colt responding like you're thinking it was as you entered the round pen? Is she doing what you were thinking she would do?
Yeah, I'm just trying to move her hindquarters around. Get her to look at me, listen to me. I want her to move off on her shoulder. She's a little bit lazier than I thought she would be.
And just from knowing you, I think that's a bad thing.
I like a little bit of a spunk. I like a horse that moves. Usually when their feet are moving, you get in less trouble.
I think that's a very key point right there. When they're moving forward, you're a whole lot safer than if they're stuck or moving backward on these colts.
I think as long as you can keep their brain moving and don't overwhelm them, it usually goes pretty good. She seems like a really sweet filly.
After Liz is done, we have Mr. Guy McLean doing a colt starting clinic from 5:30 to 6:30. So make sure you stick around for that tonight.
I like to talk to them a lot when I start them. That way when I get on them, they kind of have somewhat of an understanding of what I'm asking. Up. Up.
So did your pen wrangler since she's been in this arena before as a competitor, did she have any advice for you entering the pen or getting ready for this?
Don't get bucked off.
Because of the pride or the landing?
No, probably landing. This looks pretty hard in here. Trying to heat up.
Liz, did you watch the last two competitors or did you stay away?
No, I watched a little bit of both of them.
Did that make it worse or better?
It didn't make it worse, it didn't make it better. I kind of approach every horse different. I don't really have a thought about how they're going to be. You know, you can't really come up with a game plan because the minute you do, it gets blown out of water.
That's exactly right.
So you got to take with what you get. Which is kind of one of the cool things I like about the reining cow horse. You can take a reining horse and a cutting horse, and you're both put on the even playing field. Because everybody, you might have a really good reiner, you might have a really good cutter, but it takes a good horse person to have both. That way I have a little bit of a shot.
Have you had any wrecks with that?
Wrecks with it? Yeah, going down the wall, I've had a couple. Usually on the young ones. I really like how she's paying attention to me, but also aware of everything that's going on around her.
Here we go with testing the ground tie.
So, at her, I don't have a whole lot of time, imagine. I'll saddle up 3 or 4 horses at a time. I'll take them all up to the arena. Like I said, I don't use a round pen a whole lot. I'll take them all up to the arena, and I'll put one in each corner. And I'll ride one. And the first one to move is the first one to get work next. I'll get off the one I'm riding, and I'll go ride the one to move. So they learn pretty quick to stay in the corner. But ground tying and having a horse that will stay when you ask it to stay is such a huge bonus. Like I said, I met Sadie up at Cook Forest, and I always took my kids up riding. And of course, all I had were usually 2 or 3 or maybe 4-year-old horses. I would pack them out with all my little kids on them. And you know, if I had a problem, I wanted to be able to get off my horse and drop my reins and know that it was going to be there when I came back. And that's a huge bonus to having a trail horse or any kind of horse.
I want to know how you taught this colt that fast to do it. I think I need to learn how to do that.
She doesn't want to work very hard.
She's just like me then.
Yeah. I like to do as much as I can with them with zero to no pressure on them. But I find that you end up with a lot lighter horse. And even with like shoeing horses, a lot of horses I've had problems with shoeing. You know, people say they pull back or they run away. Or they have to be drugged or anything like that. 9 times out of 10, if I go in there and just take the lead rope away from the owner, I can usually shoe them in about 45 minutes. Because they're always putting pressure on them. They're always pulling on the lead rope or pulling them real tight in the head. And you can get a lot more done with a horse if you just don't become a partnership with them instead of kind of forcing them to be there.
So you knew this question was coming. Have you picked out a name yet for your horse?
I really like one, but Sadie's kind of on the fence about it. Sadie wanted to call her hashtags on, so I think we should just call her hashtag Sadie.
I think that would be a good idea.
She looks like a little Sadie. It's a strong name, good personality.
And we'll always remember it.
She hasn't caught on to my BS yet.
And if she bucks you off, you might want to change your name.
Yeah, didn't want to change it.
With you being a farrier, is your plan to shoe this colt right away or just trim its speed?
I figure we wait till the last 15 minutes to get some shoes on.
That sounds like a good plan.
I'm kind of curious about your towing business. Do you get to tow vehicles that maybe the people get mad at you for towing out and they park in their own spots?
Yeah, I do a good bit of repos. We have a pretty big college down by where we're at, and a lot of the college kids, they think that they can park wherever they want. So I do have to go in and take their cars, and they don't get very happy.
Do you enjoy that just a little bit?
A lot. And the beauty about running the company is the more rude they get, the more I charge them.
Oh, that's awesome.
So you're into a lot of different stuff, shoeing horses, riding horses, training horses, towing. Then I hear you're into drag racing too. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, last year, I figured, if hopping on Colts wasn't dangerous enough, why not start drag racing in my spare time? So I actually work as a mechanic as well, and built the car that I drag race, and I do all the work on myself. And my first day out racing, I got in trouble because I was going too fast, and apparently I have to have a license to go that fast. So I had to get my drag racing license the very first time I ever made it past that track. But it's a lot of fun.
So the big question for you would be, what aren't you into instead of what all do you do?
I like to see, I like to push my limits. I haven't found it yet. I'm up for, I like, obviously, speed, adrenaline. I like a challenge. So as long as it gives me that, I'll try it.
So what you're saying, if you get on this Colt and he bucks, it'll be more fun than if he doesn't, right?
I prefer that they don't. I don't ever try to, when I'm breaking out a Colt, that's the last thing that you want. You don't want them to buck. But if they do, I try to push them through it.
You have 1 hour remaining. So a little bit about this colt's pedigree. He is on the top side. He's a new shiny Wimp. He goes back to Wimpy's Little Step. So a very well-bred colt on the top side. And these colts are 2.5 years old. They're 2021 colts, so they're coming 3-year-olds. On the bottom side, goes back to some king breeding, some two-eyed Nance Darcy. We've got DH Dakota Breeze as the dam. So very, very well-bred young horse. Something I like here, what she's doing, you know, we all know she's strong enough to just pull that colt across that tarp. But she's taking her time and letting that colt figure it out on its own. I think that's a really good thing that she's showing off right here. Three competitors are competing for a custom-made saddle. The awards are sitting over there by the end of those bleachers over there, so make sure you check those out. They're competing for a saddle. First place is a saddle. Second place, I believe, is a bit breast collar bridle set. And then third place is a custom-made saddle pad. We appreciate our sponsors for helping out with that. Miller's Saddlery for the saddle pad, as well as JR Custom Saddlery for the saddle and breast collar and bridle. So thank you for that. And then also the winner of this competition will have the opportunity in 3 years to come back and compete against the 3 winners. I think it's a shiny new tarp.
Yeah, should use a dull one. This is a good exercise though. You know, either trailer, loading, there's nothing worse than being on a trail riding on a horse across the street.
This is where it's the most important, when you're starting these young horses, so that they understand what pressure and release means. They understand when they get put in a situation, how to handle it. So what she's doing here is demonstrating is so important for these young horses. Liz, do you know any of the competitors that you're competing against?
I do not. The first time meeting them was this morning.
Really like what we're seeing in this colt here. Even though he's not sure what to do, he's not getting mad, he's not getting upset, he's not getting fast with his feet, he's staying quiet. Seems to be a very smart colt. It's probably the name.
Yeah, it's definitely hashtag Sadie.
Liz, we're over here pretty intrigued with you being a farrier.
What's that?
We're over here pretty intrigued with you being a farrier. I'd love to see you trim or shoe that colt, see how good you are. We're always looking for more farriers.
After the ones that Sadie gives me? Whew. I do end up doing a lot of rough, bad horses. Horses that just have learned to get away with things over the years.
I'm definitely not picking a fight with you.
I tend to be a little harder headed than they are. I stick to them.
How about that right there? Have you ever come across a horse that you can't shoe?
No, actually, I don't think I have.
Probably for everybody else, that answer would be yes.
I don't think. That I have. I've had some that I've had to do in little increments. And most of them are most of those horses are usually draft horses because farriers tend to try to manhandle them and hold them up. And I usually either make them hold themselves up or I'll let them fall on their face. Or ones that have the worst is ones that have always been drugged. Non-stop, and then, they don't really know how to do it because nobody ever taught them.
So you charge for the horsemanship and the shoeing.
If I was smart, I would. But no, normally I usually end up just doing it because I like the challenge. There was one, probably one of the worst ones was up at Cook, or Ken actually ended up buying off of Chris. And they had this poor, it was a pretty buckskin. They had this thing, they drugged him twice, they had him twitched. I think there's 2 other Amish farriers up there trying to kill him.
And they were probably mad.
Yeah, they couldn't get him done. So Chris came over to me and he asked me if I wanted to give it a shot. I said, yeah, I think I'll see what I can do. And this poor Amish farrier, I don't even remember his name. He's a young guy up there. So Ken suckered him into holding him for me. And I ended up getting shoes on him in about 45 minutes, but that little farrier, he looked at me and he goes, I would never push you off.
I think I'm like him.
And I don't get nasty with them. I'm persistent. I'll continue to ask for what I want until I get the result I want. And giving them the release is such a huge key, and knowing to give it correctly.
Knowing when and what to do and how to do it is so, so important.
Yeah, and that's been one thing I've always been able to kind of do is watch them, and I try to watch their body language and how they interact with me, and try to give them, I ask them to do things for them, but as soon as they do, I try to give them no pressure as soon as I can.
I think that's a key point right there. Is as soon as they do the right thing, is that release of pressure. The pressure you put on a horse is not what trains the horses. It's that release of pressure is what's training the horses. You currently have 45 minutes remaining. And there's the ground tie again. Liz, at some point, don't forget your 5-minute required break.
Okay.
If your pen wrangler wouldn't have been sleeping over there, she would have had those in there, right?
I know, I'm not the pay her horse. I named the horse after her, and now her head's like.
How are you feeling about your colt right now?
I'm pretty happy with her. She's smart. She's willing. She wants to please. She's just trying to figure out exactly what I'm asking for and why the heck I would ask her to step on this blue shiny thing.
I really like how this colt doesn't get flustered, doesn't get mad. Even though she's not sure what Liz is asking, she stays quiet with it. And a lot of it is what Liz is doing. She's pulling on that horse, but as soon as he gives her that try, she's releasing. That is just the key thing here. For everyone who wasn't in here earlier, just a reminder, Guy McLean will be in here doing a Colt Start Clinic from 5:30 to 6:30, so you definitely don't want to miss that. He'll be doing another session with that same colt tomorrow, as well as on Friday. Big thank you to everybody that's here today. We look forward to the week. Appreciate everybody's support throughout the week here. Thanks for being here. How's the temperature in that round pen?
It's pretty toasty. All we need now is some sand and sun.
So I understand Sadie talked you into coming and doing this competition, so if you win this, who's getting the saddle, you or Sadie?
I had to do a coin toss.
Sadie's head's gonna keep getting bigger over there.
She's so hard on me, she'll probably just take it anyway.
This colt seems to be a very cute mover too. I like the way he trots. What's your thoughts on that?
I really like the way she moves. She's got a nice smooth gait to her. Really strides out. That has a lot to do with the breeding. I really like the way that the could be a little more whippies move out.
We talked about each colt's breeding, and for a long time I thought any horse with a good head, good conformation, and walk trot lows, you kind of teach them anything, and that's true to a certain point. But these horses with so much more pedigree and bred to be athletic, bred to be good movers, I think that just makes us as trainers, our jobs are so much easier with that pedigree. I think that's something when you're looking at young horses to buy, or trying to decide what horses to breed to, or anything like that. When you're looking at a horse, I think it's so important to look at their pedigree, decide what discipline you're going in, and pick a pedigree that's bred for that. Because nowadays, the pedigree on these horses is so great, and I think it just makes our job as trainers so much easier when they're bred well.
Give her a break. Do 5 minutes. You go ahead and give her a 5-minute break.
All right, sounds good. As you exit the arena here, we will start your time. All right. Your time has started. I like how you ended there, leaving your stand on the tart. Good point of release right there. We will let you know when your 5 minutes is up. I'd say we'll give you a little bit of time to catch your breath, but I'm pretty sure you're in pretty good shape, so I don't think we'll have to do that. How are you feeling about your colt?
I'm really happy with how she's progressing. She's smart. I don't want to move around a whole lot because I don't want to run out of horse when I get to go up and get on her. So I'm really happy with how she's taking everything in stride. She's thinking about it. She's not nasty about it. She's not scared. She's just looking for guidance, which I really like in her.
All right, we'll leave you at Sadie B so you can get your next game plan from your boss there, and we'll get back in a couple minutes.
More of the sponsors that make this event possible is Working Horse Tack, Kind Lumber, CRA Welding, Apple Creek Builders, Superior Floor Coating LLC, Yoder Dry Kill, Hart Associates, Charm Engine, Mayor's Veterinaria, Echo Valley Acres, Berlin Grand Hotel, Provia, Guggersburg Cheese, Hampton Davis and Sons, KC's, BL Hostetler Flooring. Also a reminder that the kids' play area will be, if you come in down by the food stand, just opposite that of the building is the entrance. Down here at the corner of the arena is a kids' play area. And also the food stand is located down at the other end of the arena as well. One minute, 5 seconds.
All right, Sadie, you're gonna have to quit talking to her and telling her what to do and let her get back to work. I will let you know when we get right close. "30 seconds. It'll be another long 30 seconds, don't worry. Four, three, two, one, and that is time. So did Sadie have any certain advice for you?
She said just get on and hold on. All work.
I think she wants to see you get bucked off.
She does tend to try to get me to get on those horses that buck.
You do realize if you hit the ground, there's a 5-point penalty. You have 30 minutes remaining.
Okay.
When you start a colt at home, do you start them in a short-term time frame like this, or do you take a little more time?
I usually a little bit more time. There's some of them that I'll get on the first day. All depends on on their personality, if it's something that they can handle.
Earlier talking to you, you said you're not used to the round pen, so how in the world do you do that? You just get on and hope for the best?
I do.
I like it. I wouldn't mind watching.
I get on and, like I said, just open arena. I give them the ability to go wherever they want to go, as long as it's not out the door at a high rate of speed. I tend to, once I get on and start working on at home, I tend to get in my own little world. So if I have the whole arena, I get in a little bit less trouble.
That's the big thing. They move forward more, right?
Yeah. I find I get a lot better response out of them if I have a big area for them to move out.
I think it's been really fun to watch all three trainers. Each of their goals are the same. They're competing here for the final round, but I think it's really fun to watch each trainer with a different method, but they still have the same goal at the end. I think that's very fun to watch.
So I really like to take the saddle pad, the saddle I put on them. I don't really put it on them gently, because I want them to be able to take it instead of sneaking up on them with a saddle or a saddle pad. Once it hits them, they lose their mind.
Now your pen wrangler woke up. She's starting to work for you.
Did you have to yell at her? Kevin had to yell at you?
For those of you wondering, Sadie, we'll be doing a clinic Saturday morning, so definitely come out for that clinic on Saturday morning. You definitely won't want to miss that.
So the first thing I do when I saddle my colts up at home, once they stand pretty good for the saddle and the saddle pad, first thing I would do is make sure I get my girth on, because I don't want to have to replace my saddle. And I always start all my young horses with all the gear. I'll always start with the back cinch. I don't like to get them going good and then have to surprise them with something else. If it's my end goal to have a back cinch on them, then I might as well start there, that way I don't have to add it. And another thing I always do, which I think is important, is use my buckles when I'm starting the colts. I don't ever do the western knot or anything like that because if they get into trouble, I want to be able to reach up there and crank on them and get that saddle off of them as quickly as possible. I'm going to move her around, let her think about it.
Notice you're starting her in a halter here. Do you like riding in a halter for the first ride, or you prefer a bit?
No, I usually ride in a halter. A lot, actually, and not even just the first ride. Sometimes, if I go out to somebody's place where they're having, issues with the horse, I won't even put a bit in them. I'll put a halter on them and ride them in that. Because if there's one that has a bucking issue or something like that, I want to take, I don't know how it was broke, so I want to take all the resistance away. We had one I went to help Sadie with last year. I think it was a gray that bucked really bad. And Sadie called me and asked me if I could come and give her a hand with it.
You mean Sadie wouldn't do it to get on? I see how this friendship works.
She sacrifices me. But I think she looked like I had about 4 eyeballs when I went in there with a rope halter. She's like, "You're not going to ride in a rope halter, are you?" I'm like, "No, of course not." But I couldn't get that horse to buck. No matter what I did. I was lame.
Sadie then, no.
No, it was the people. It wasn't Sadie's horse.
You have 23 minutes remaining. So the first saddle is going really good here. Is this what you expected?
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be too big of a fighter. But I mean, that can always be hidden. I really like how this mare knows where her feet are at.
I don't think that would have been enough to get you off.
I've had some rough ones. But usually, honestly, when I come off, like a month ago, is my fault. I'll get too relaxed on a young horse. I mean, like I said, he got stung by ground bees, but if I would have had my feet in stirrups and my hands on the reins, I probably would have been able to hold it out a little longer. And
So evidently you trusted that colt pretty good. You said it was a 2-year-old.
A 2-year-old. And he was doing really good. But I think sometimes we just, in our own element, we get a little too comfortable. Like I said, with that colt, actually we were at the end of our ride. So, he worked pretty hard, and I was just sitting there with my feet out of stirrups and my hands off the reins. And I made 4 laps around the arena before I decided he wasn't going to stop. And I pushed myself off. I got back on.
I was just ready to ask that, but I kind of knew that answer.
Growing up, we didn't have a choice but to get back on because we had these rotten ponies growing up. And my mom would make bridles out of baler twine and send us off in the woods. And if we came off, it was a long walk home. So if we did come off, we always held on to something. We always had to get back on.
How many horses do you currently own?
Own or have? We have about 15 at the farm. I own 6.
You ride those in your spare time?
Yeah. Usually everybody else rides them. I have to ride theirs. Except for my 2-year-olds.
You have 18 minutes remaining. I noticed you quit breathing.
Who, me? Now I'm still breathing.
Each time one of these riders gets on the horse, everybody gets pretty quiet. Either we're all waiting for a rodeo or we're scared to breathe. I'm not sure which.
It could go either way.
Explain to us a little bit what you're looking for as you're making your first ride here, what you're looking for, what you're working on.
So right now, I'm just asking her to move forward. So anytime she moves forward, I just want to praise her for that.
You find by pulling her left and right instead of just kicking her forward, help find that forward motion?
It depends on the horse. Yeah, usually I feel if I can free up their front feet, it usually gets them moving.
Currently, you have 15 minutes remaining.
So as I'm asking her to move out, I'll squeeze with my feet, kiss her forward. As soon as I get the forward motion, I just let her go.
One of the things that I've noticed that have been impressive, the fact if you take a look at this colt is not dripping in sweat. I can't see a sweat mark on it. Kept her relaxed throughout the whole process.
You're allowed to clap if you like what you see.
Liz might not encourage you.
I'm pretty sure Liz doesn't care if the colt bucks or not.
Now you have to deal with whatever you're doing. I've been working a lot of young horses for older people lately, and I try to make them do whatever I can make them do. That way when they go home, I know that they're going to be safe. So I don't really discourage them from bucking, I just try to correct them when they do it, and then go on like nothing ever happened. Because if we dwell on it, then all that's going to do is make your nerves a wreck. 9 times out of 10, they'll just keep doing it.
I want you to notice something. This whole last hour and 15 minutes here, this colt hasn't even broke a sweat. But I want you guys to notice how Liz here is just consistent. She hasn't changed one thing since she walked into this round pen. She's 100% consistent. She hasn't got in a fight. She hasn't got the colt worried. And she just stays nice and slow, and you can see how slow is fast. This is a perfect example right here.
I really like how this filly moves out. There's nothing more frustrating when you're working a young horse and you gotta sit there and push and push and push.
Is she moving forward like you expected her to?
She's actually moving out a little bit more than I expected. She seemed a little sticky when I first started her. You can pull those out, Sadie.
Good job, Sadie.
Everyone give Sadie a round of applause.
think everybody knows you, Sadie. You have 10 minutes remaining.
The one thing I normally do different when I'm starting them out like this is at least make sure they have good brakes. But that's hard to do in an hour and a half. I guess that's where the round tank comes into play.
I think it would be fun to watch you and Sadie compete against each other.
She wanted us to. So one year.
So do you think Sadie's going to be mad at you for how first round went, or is she going to be happy with what you did?
Well, if I want to eat tonight, I have to do good, she said.
I think dinner's going to be on Sadie. You have 8 minutes remaining. Are you more excited about leaving the round pen on Friday or more nervous about that?
No, I'm not too nervous about it. Win or lose, it's an experience. Like I said, it definitely is good for me, gets me out of my comfort zone. I think I'm sweating more than she is.
You have 5 minutes remaining. What a good first ride for Liz. I think the name choice worked for you.
Definitely is a good luck charm. Sorry, Sadie, we're gonna have to stick with hashtag Sadie. If we change it now, it could just go back.
The next event that we have coming up here is Guy McLean. He'll be in this arena from 5:30 to 6:30 and doing the first round on his Colt as a clinic. He'll be doing a clinic on Colt starting the next 3 days. That starts at 5:30. We can see you're a farrier. So we're learning all sorts of stuff over here. We found out a month ago you got hurt. Now I hear you have a hole in your leg too.
Yeah, and then I ripped.
I don't know if we want to know about that one or not.
I was moving some lumber and there was a large beam nail on the pile of wood. The pile of wood slipped and the beam nail got that long about the size of a rebar. It went up into my leg about 2-3 inches.
You have 3 minutes remaining. So instead of going to the emergency room, they come to you, huh?
Huh?
Instead of going to the ER, they come to you.
Yeah, it is pretty sad when you call your doctor and she makes a farm call like a vet. Because she knew I wasn't going to go. I was still going to work horses.
Make sure you don't get any proud flesh.
Yeah. We used Wonder Dust. It worked out good.
2 minutes, 28 seconds remaining.
I always like to end my sessions with some kind of quiet time, downtime. All depends on how it goes. Either get tied up for a while to a stone wall to think about their actions, or they get brushed down. I always try to end on a good note.
I think that's so important, is ending on a good note. Just like you did when you took the 5-minute break, you ended on a good note with leaving her on the tarp. Same with here, you're going to end her on a good note. I think that's really important when we're starting these young horses, is always try to find that spot for that relief and end on a good note. Never try to end on a bad note. I think that's really important. We have 1 more minute remaining. Is that enough time to get her feet trimmed?
I think so. If you could grab my grass. I think we could get some shoes on this little girl. Okay, need to leave your alarm, Jim.
41 seconds remaining. Thirty seconds remaining. How about it for Liz Bailey?
Thank you.
All right, we'll get the arena, the Colts out, and we'll get the other Colt in at 5:30. Guy McLean will be in here. We'll talk to Liz here in a little bit. We'll let her catch her breath this time, and we'll talk to her, see what she thinks about how the day went. So we just got word Guy McLean is not using a round pen, so I think this will be really fun for everybody to watch tonight starting at 5:30. Big thank you to all of our volunteers that have helped set up, tear down, all of the above. There's a ton of work that goes into this, so thank you guys for all you do.
Thank you again to the judges. That's a long 4 hours of sitting, paying attention. We appreciate each and every one of you coming out, giving us your time. It's a tough job to do, and we appreciate you guys. All right, we're going to give Liz a chance to talk about her session here today. So, had a very good day today. Hour and a half, you got the walk trot can of the horse, no butt, the horse didn't even break a sweat. So very fun to watch, great job, and hope to see you do well the rest of the week here. Tell us a little bit about today and tomorrow what your plan is.
thought I was gonna run out of horse. I thought I was gonna run out of horse, but I was happy that at the end she really did move out, kind of got her second win, and I was really happy with her. A little hard-headed, like I said, with the tarp, but I'm a little bit more hard-headed than what she is. So, I think she's gonna be a really super project. Like I said, a little bit more energy tomorrow, and I think we can make leaps and bounds with her.
Good job today. We look forward to watching you tomorrow.
That wraps up our Colt starting for today. Very good set of competitors, good set of colts. And if anybody's interested in any of these colts, be sure to see Drew or Dion. They're around here. If somebody's interested in buying any of these 2-year-olds, they are available to be purchased. So give us a few minutes to room the arena, and where we'll have Guy McLean in here with a 2-year-old from the same group. He will actually teach a clinic on how he starts his colt.